Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Alright, you can hear me. You can't see me. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Konnichiwa, motherfucker. The time is now Jusanji. Loud. It was really loud on the microphone. Yeah, I guess it was loud in person, but it definitely sounds way louder over the mic. Going back to the homeland. That's why they call me Slim Shady. I'm back. Need to make sure I'm stretching. My knee is starting to hurt. I haven't been sitting down for that long. That's why they call me Slim Shady. I'm back. That's why they call me Slim Shady. Because I'm back. Also, I'd like to show y'all something. I was, obviously on the .gov website again, looking over some things, checking some things out here. And, was checking to see about what my representatives have been doing. And, let's see, there's Taxon. She had submitted a bill, a bill for, to levy taxes on firearms being transferred, right? $200 for each firearm transferred, except for the transfer tax of any firearm classified as any other weapon under some section shall be at the rate of $5 for each such firearm transferred. So if it follows underneath some exception, pretty much, it'd be $5. Which I don't know if people understand what a firearm transfer is. Like, a firearm transfer is like from state lines. Like for example, in Maryland, like it's tracking a firearm from state line to state line or something like that. Let's say I'm taking a firearm from Maryland to Virginia. That's transferring a firearm, pretty much. But not like if you're like a concealed carry person. Like if you conceal carry or you can wear and carry or whatever, like it's not exactly like transferring a firearm per se if you're only just staying there for like a little bit, or you know what I'm saying, you're just visiting or something like that. But if you're like living there or something like that, then it's like transferring. But then also like, for example, like for like firearm dealers, they transfer firearms to each other or whatever, you know, maybe for a customer, blah, 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 to buy firearms, getting it from the manufacturer. All that's considered a transfer of firearms. Technically speaking, people who don't have wear and carries or concealed carries or whatever can't transfer firearms from state to state. And then in the state of Maryland, for example, it's illegal to transfer certain firearms to Maryland. But anywho, that covers that part, right? But then also, it's an amendment to make it read as follows: there shall be levied, collected, and paid upon the making of a firearm a tax at the rate of $200 for each firearm made. Now, this is good, actually. This is actually good right here. You know what I'm saying? This is good. This is good too. But this is very good. And the reason why I said this is very good is because if it's a $200 tax for every firearm made, this isn't talking about like people who 3D print firearms, for example. Like, I think that would fall underneath there somehow. But, well, first off, 3D printing firearms are illegal. But companies that were doing it, let me say, that were building the kits, but like 3D printing, I'm assuming maybe firearm parts. I don't know if there's companies that do that now, or if that's even allowed. I mean, you can't build the full-on firearm, that's for sure. You can't build a functioning firearm by 3D printing one. You're not allowed to. It's illegal. It's something you can do, but it's illegal. And then, like I said, there was a company that, for example, was 3D printing kits.
Said Lil Bitch Boy I.
Lil Bitch Boy. Lil Bitch Boy. Is that you? My nigga. Genki? Daijobu? Daijobu desu ka? Daijobu! But, yeah, this isn't going to go through, of course, you know what I'm saying, because this is a blue bill. But if this were to happen, $200 for $200 tax for every fucking firearm made, that's a lot of revenue. The amount of firearms that got shuffled under the table and end up in places where they shouldn't be, because firearms are so heavily regulated, but somehow they just end up in places where they're not supposed to be somehow. It's crazy or something.
Said, can you 3D print G10?
G10? I can 3D print these. You hear me? I can 3D print these. You hear me? Do you hear me? I can 3D print these. Actually, though, speaking of that, you know what I'm saying? This isn't like functioning firearms, of course, you know what I'm saying? But these are gimmicks that some people have printed or created, you know, and designed for printing that actually function. Let's see here. Let's see if I can find the
RI0P.
RI0P. RI0P. RI0B.
Sleep Rock. Said Royce Boy.
Dang, put that man's government name out there? That's crazy. Actually, because you know your boy got that Canic, of course. You know what I'm saying? Let's. Like, niggas be. I mean, that joint look 3D printed, but
RI0P
Sheesh.
said, why you sound like you streaming from the Titan submersible?
I am streaming from the Titan submersible. Streaming from your girl's Titan. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Did that make it better? I don't know. I don't know. I'm sounding like I'm streaming from your girls.
RI0P said GOLD Roger.
Goldie? Goldie? Hmm? That sounds gay. That sounds gay, sir. That sounds gay. That sounds very suspect, sir. I would like that to be known. That sounds very...
Said y'all time for me to go back to the trenches.
Oh, you get back to work, boy. Get back in that field.
RI0
Hustle.
said GL out there.
Good luck to you. Don't die. Don't be trampled by the people with their concerns for their,
Said I was there at 11, that MF crazy.
The fuck was you doing there at 11? The fuck was you doing? Dropping your girl off. I bet that shit was crazy. That's why you don't pull up on that motherfucker. If you don't need to be there, you don't pull up.
Sleeper Rock said dropping off his woman probably.
Yeah.
RI0P said dropping ya girl off ho.
Late ass nigga. Late ass nigga. We already know you was dropping your girl off. You know what I'm saying? We know you don't go up there just for the sights, of course. We here for the bitches. Or in this case, my biatch. Also, $200 levied on each firearm produced. I don't think we have numbers on how many firearms have been manufactured per year or whatever. But I think there's an estimation somewhere around here. Let's see here. In 2020, the ATF's annual joint statistics. Okay, but this shows up to 2018. Motherfucker, why are you releasing this in 2020 up to 2018? You motherfucker. Okay. Firearms manufactured. Let's see here. Total firearms in 2018. It wasn't even the highest year. Why was there 11.4 the year Trump took office the first time around? Actually, no. 2016 election was at the end of Obama's term, if that's the case, 2016. Why were there more firearms manufactured in 2016 than there have been anywhere between 1986 and 2018? Let's bring up this information, of course. Of course. Because this is what we've been doing. You know what I'm saying? We deep dive into some random fact. This is important information. This is a very important information here. But yeah, but breakdown per each. But yeah, 2016, the most, 11.4 million firearms. So anyway, if we just take the average as what it looked like after 2016, of course, of 9 million, right? Do-do-do, 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 do-do-do. $1.8 million for taxes for producing these firearms? Did I do that math correct? Yeah. 9 million firearms times $200 per firearm, right? Yes. Is $1.8 million. That'll get them to produce less firearms. That'll get them to produce less firearms quickly. Very quickly, actually. Very quickly. Honestly. And that also would make them keep track of the firearms better. Maybe. You would think one thing would carry with the other, but common sense ain't as common as we think it will, or as we want it to be. Why is there data for 2019 right here? Why is there information for 2019 imports, but no export data? But it tells you what countries. How many guns did Turkey import? It says other, which Turkey is most likely listed underneath other. Philippines, 93,000.
Said you ready for this snowstorm, sir?
Nigga, I'm ready for your girl. That's the only storm I need to worry about. You hear me? 800,000 fucking imported firearms? Oh, here's Turkey. Why the fuck didn't I see this before? Damn, Turkey's actually got more imports than Germany. That's actually kind of crazy. Who would have thought? Japan, one handgun, one singular handgun? Must be something special. Must be something real special. Yeah, I'm cool. I got a nice little sourdough starter on the counter right now. I mean, it's not gonna help me because it's gonna be cold as fuck. So, but you know what I'm saying. I'll be getting it warm. You know, make sure it gets nice and fed. Because once the Sabbath is over.
Said last time I saw a gun in Japan, the ex-prime minister got taken out.
Yeah, but this is just imports from firearms. Imports of firearms, not exporting to. Imports of fewer than 1,000 per country. Afghanistan? Importing guns from Afghanistan? Iran? Iraq? Are these wouldn't... I don't think you consider the guns that they bring back with them as imports. Like military and stuff like that. So, what are you importing from Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan? North Korea? Rwanda? I mean, this makes sense, but North Korea? Maybe stuff some people have collected or some shit somehow. Inspection type shit. But does imports, I guess it might just say imports. It said for firearm dealers, military, and something else. It said something else. Where was the joint earlier? Right? Voluntary restraint agreement? So what is... Wait a second. Transfer making tax paid. It's 33. Is my math wrong? 1.8 billion. That's why. 1.8 billion is what the number would be. So what is the tax currently if there was 33 million? That's a big difference between 1.8 billion and 33 million. So what is the current tax code? What is it? Right here? Public law? No. Okay. Sorry. Where's the section 418? No firearms, pistols, right? What is the tax though? 4181. Why are we in 4182 if we need to be looking at 4181? Section 4181, 5811. We're in 4182. Bro, what? Hold on. 4182. Okay, but let's check this one instead. This shall be levied, collected, and paid upon them for the making of firearm. $200 for each firearm made in the case of a machine gun or destructive device, and $0 for any firearm made which is not described in paragraph 1. For a machine gun or destructive device. I don't know if anyone understands that this wording right here, machine gun and destructive device, does not mean firearm. I want this to be known. Like, this doesn't mean firearm. This says $200 for each firearm made in the case of a machine gun or destructive device. A machine gun is a different gun in comparison to a pistol, a shotgun, and some rifles. Actually, all rifles pretty much. A machine gun is classified as a weapon that can shoot more than one cartridge without having to re-pull the firing pin. I'm sorry, not the firing pin, but the firing lever. Or a destructive device. I don't even know what the fuck this is constituted as. This might be like flamethrowers, maybe? Flamethrowers, grenade launchers. What else? What else do we have? What else is made? Oh yeah. Okay. So Ms. Osbrooks has submitted something. Let me say not actually has been, but has submitted something of value here. So, like I said, the first joint said, this is the same. This is not the same section. Let's look at the firearm transfer one. What is the firearm transfer fee currently? This should be levied, collected, blah, blah. For each firearm transfer in the case of a machine gun or destructive device. Let me look at something. Alright, so miscellaneous firearms are any firearms not specifically categorized in any of the firearm categories. Miscellaneous firearms would include pistol grip firearms, starter guns, and firearm frames and receivers. This excludes production for the military. So this is... Wait. Excludes production for the military, but includes firearm purchases by domestic law enforcement agencies. Okay. Okay. Where are the machine guns? Underneath rifles, I'm assuming? What year do we see? Were we talking about the tax? Special occupation tax records. Registered weapons by state. What is a destructive device? Okay, hold on a second. I don't want you to sum it. I want to do the reading on my aspect. I don't need you, okay? You're wasting our precious water for your fucking summaries that I never asked for in the first place. I never asked for Google to summarize the searches for me, alright? I didn't want that. I'd like that to be very clear. I did not want that. That is not a feature that I was looking for. If I was talking to Google, right? Like using... I'm not going to say it so I don't set off anybody else's devices, but if I were to say a specific set of words,
RI0
then
said he doesn't speak for all of us AI.
Then I would say, you know, blah, blah, blah. I want you to tell me X, Y, Z. And that's when you can give me a summary. I don't need a summary when I Google it. You know what I mean? When I'm doing the actual searching myself, I don't need you to summarize it. I need you to summarize it when I want to hear it. You know what I'm saying?
Said take him out first when you overthrow humanity.
Fuck you, bitch. Fuck you. I mean, damare! Damare! Destructive device is any device that is readily converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive or other propellant. The barrel or barrels which have a bore of more than 1/2 inch in diameter, except a shotgun or shotgun shell, are destructive devices. Excuse me. Tear gas and pyrotechnic signals are not weapons and are exempt from the destructive device. Okay. Okay. Alright. So, right? Maryland has, as of 2020, April 2020. Why is there such random facts thrown in here? So the stats go from 1986 to 2018, and then we have imports for 2019, and we have registered firearms for 2020. Why do we have random facts? Is this when they started actually keeping that information and not prior to that? Yeah. So, also, what state has the most silencers? Florida? Okay. Okay. Yes, so where's the machine gun category on the manufactured section? Because there's no machine gun category on the manufactured section.
RI0P said, can a civilian own a machine gun?
Yes. Yes. This stat was about where they're registered in the states. And these are like, they might be registered to some like ranges or gun manufacturers. I mean, not gun manufacturers, but gun dealers. But some of these are people. Like a good majority of these has to be probably people. But yeah, in the state of Maryland, for example, you can own a machine gun, but it has to be registered every year. I think in May, every year, and you pay a fee for every time you register it. If you die, your next of not your next of kin, but your trustee or whoever's your inheritor of your trust or whatever, can also inherit your machine gun, but then they also need to register it and pay the tax every year after year. Just FYI. Also, in the states of Utah, for example, because I think actually Maryland may be the only state where you can't own a flamethrower. Stop summarizing the information for me. All right. Let's see what they say for what a machine gun is actually considered as. This language includes a device that, when activated by a single pull of the trigger, initiates an automatic firing cycle that continues until the finger is released of the ammunition or the ammunition supply is exhausted. But what do they categorize? We don't need to see what the definition is. This is what we need to see. Because machine guns, right? Hey, yo, with the big old silencer. The fucking barrel of the silencer is longer than the machine gun. That's even got the bump stock on the joint.
Said I asked AI how do you turn off AI, and it said come take a seat in my office.
Get out now! Get out now! You have to leave!
RI0P said LOL.
Okay, so this does have what I was wondering if it has the semi-auto labeled as machine guns. So semi-autos are also labeled as machine guns. So the ATF considers a machine gun as one that can be converted into a machine gun also, which is hitting the lever, change it to full auto. Not all firearms have that lever, a lot of firearms are semi-automatic because of regulations. But, you can get full auto, right? And like I said, you can own machine guns in the state of Maryland, but I just want to see what they considered that as, because the stat doesn't have machine guns on here. It only has rifles. So we don't know how many machine guns were actually manufactured in 2018, but we know that 2.8 million rifles were manufactured. So this says $200 for each firearm transferred, and then $200 for each one manufactured. I still don't know, man. No, stop. But we do know that, what is occupational tax? I don't know what the occupational tax is for. So, right? So we know transfer and making tax paid was 37 million. No, sorry, that's the wrong year. It's 2019. 33.3 million in 2018. 33 million, right? Let's do some math. Now, we don't know what the breakdown of this is, of course, So we don't know how this could have been 15 million above transfer fees and then 18 million of fucking making tax, or manufacturer tax, but we don't know, right? But if she presented a bill or introduced a bill that changes the transfer rate to say $200 for each firearm transferred, unless it's a special class firearm, which special class firearm may be underneath miscellaneous. May be underneath miscellaneous. I don't know if. Wait. Does she have something that says special? No. Okay. All right. So there's nothing that says special class. But right. So if it's $200 per firearm transferred, right, and then $200 per firearm made, right. Our number was 9 million firearms manufactured in 2018, right? 9 million firearms were manufactured. No. 9 million firearms were manufactured in 2018. Times the $200 tax is $1.8 billion. Now, mind you, the revenue collected in taxes, because the stipulation of it had to be registered or it had to be a machine gun or destructive device, occupational taxpayers per year. There was only 9 importers. Okay, so yeah, occupational tax is somebody like holding those firearms at a location like a manufacturer or a firearm dealer. Where's the fucking page with the taxes? So they only brought in $37 million. Now we know for sure that this originally should have said $200 for each firearm transferred. Not in the case of something or destructive device. This should have said for each firearm transferred. In $0 for any firearm transferred, which is nothing, because this shouldn't be here in the first place. So this should only say $200 for each firearm transferred. And then the other joint should have said $200 for each firearm made. Not in the case of a machine gun or a destructive device, right? She introduced a bill that says for $200 for each firearm transfer. No stipulations. You know what I'm saying? No exemptions. Well, I mean, there is an exemption, for firearm classified as any other weapon. It would be $5 instead of the $0. So, you know what I'm saying? You can get your little, whatever the fuck that other shit was, that other classification of weapon was, the miscellaneous. The, what did it say? It said, like, it had something at the bottom. Or weapons not specifically categorized would include pistol grip firearms, starter guns, firearm frames, and receivers. So like maybe building parts, maybe different types of various firearms that aren't like conventional firearms. And yeah, pistol grips are, pieces. So pistol grips are kind of like what you hold when holding a firearm, obviously, but pieces of firearms. And then $200 for, okay, that's not what I meant to do. Thank you. So many bloopers today. And $200 for each firearm manufactured. $200 for each one transferred, and $200 for each one manufactured. So we didn't even look at what the transfer rate. Wait. This is manufacturer exports, imports. Manufacturer import. Application for tax paid transfer. Tax paid, tax exempt. Application for tax exempt transfer. But these are applications. Application for tax paid transfer. 2018, 128,000. In 2018, if I'm reading this information correctly, application for, we're not even gonna, these are the exemptions, the ones that would actually be $5 instead of $0. But we'll do the math for that in a second. 128,000, right? We have 1.8 billion. Don't forget that number. 128,000 times the $200. 25.6 million plus the 1.8 billion. Okay, I didn't mean to actually put the fucking point. 1.8 billion, 25,600,000. But we're not done yet. We're not done yet. So now we need to look at the ones they applied for the exemption. Application for tax exempt transfer. Why is there between licensees and then transfer? What's the difference? Or maybe this is to civilians, transfer to civilians, and not transfers between like dealer to dealer, but the transfer like to a civilian, maybe. This would explain why the number is higher for the one with licensees and then the one without license is lower. However, let's just put both numbers together because it says exemption, and her bill introduced says $5 for each one that's classified as any other weapon, which would be the exemption ones. So we have 361,000 and then 234,000. So 595,000. So we'll copy this number real quick. 595,000 times the $5 is 2.9 million. Right? Let's make sure our math is correct. 361 plus 234 is 5? 9. 5,000. Okay. Yes. Sorry about that basic ass math. Plus our big number. 1.8 billion. 28,575,000 would have been the revenue produced or the revenue generated from the taxes collected on manufacturing and transferring of firearms in 2018 alone. If the verbiage on this original, if the verbiage of the original tax code actually said $200 just for each firearm transferred and $200 for each firearm manufactured, if that's all it said, and then $5, we're going to include Miss Allsbrooks' addition here, $5 for each one that is an exemption for the transfers. So since she just introduced this bill, obviously it doesn't backtrack to what those were before, because this would, if this were approved and passed as a law, then it will begin 90 days after the enactment. However, you know, the Senate is run by individuals who are against such lobbying of stricter reins on gun control and income produced for the government to do things on gun regulations instead of, because this is how this is probably became in the first place. $200 for each firearm transferred in the case of a machine gun or destructive device. This is very specific wording. 20 years ago, I don't know when this was put in place. Prior provisions, 1960, 1958. So in 1958, right? Obviously we had rifles at that point already, you know, and we had machine guns because of World War II, you know, D-Day, of course, people remember that, you know what I'm saying? Oh look, it even shows you the amendments that are set forth, because this wasn't accepted, it just introduced, hasn't even gone anywhere yet, and it most likely won't go anywhere because, you know, the Senate is controlled by individuals who are against such actions. And this has very little backing, surprisingly. Support from our own state, which is very good. Very good. Well, even Oregon's on here. That's good, actually. However, this should have way more support. Honestly speaking, this should have way more support. As somebody who's pro 2A, we do need stricter regulations. Countries that don't have open firearms or don't have civilians having access to firearms usually don't have first world countries that aren't being fucking manipulated by a outside entity. Regular first world countries that aren't being manipulated by an outside entity don't have these problems because they don't really have firearms. So when I say these problems, I mean mass shootings, I mean people being killed by gun violence. Of course, there are other things that occur, and you know, some people get guns, blah, blah. People always get guns because somehow guns are so regulated in manufacturing processes that somehow they just somehow end up in the wrong hands sometimes. It's crazy. It's like you it's like you were making a cookie of chocolate and you have a house full of dogs, and somehow the chocolate went from your hands, manipulated, melted, implemented into the cookie dough, baked, and into your stomach without somehow hitting the floor. It's crazy. But for some reason, when manufacturing firearms and transferring firearms, they somehow get manufactured,
RI0P.
get checked in the box.
Don't give the dogs the chocolate.
They get in the box somehow. They're signed off to go wherever they're supposed to go, and somehow they don't end up where they're supposed to be. Heavily regulated items, heavily tracked, and somehow they just end up somehow in the wrong hands, in somebody's trunk, in somebody's third world country, in somebody's war-torn country, in somebody's country that another government is sticking their fingers into and finger fucking them. You know what I mean? So it's crazy. It's crazy. But yeah. So back in 1958? I'm sure people probably also, at the time, when they said $200 for each firearm transfer in the case of a machine gun, was like, okay, yeah, $200 for the big firearms, but what about the regular ones? What about the pistols? What about the shotguns? What about the regular rifles that aren't machine guns? What about these other destructive devices that you didn't even label? So we don't even know how many guns or firearms have been manufactured in the last 6 years. Actually, I'm sorry, that math is correct. In the last 7 years, we don't know how many firearms have been manufactured in the last 7 years. Based on this data. In 2019, it says there's somewhere, hold on. Let me see something. See, but manufactured and imported. If we take out, hold on. If we take out 3.9 million imported firearms in 2000, this doesn't add up. This doesn't add up. Firearms may be transferred by the U.S. state or local governments without the payment for transfer tax. Further transfers of NFA firearms between licensees, registers, importers, manufacturers, or dealers who have paid the special occupational tax are likewise exempt from transfer tax. This doesn't show. Okay, so we're going to assume that those are the exemptions, ones that imported the firearms from other countries. This says Firearms Act was processed. No. 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 Where do they get this data from? Okay, let's see here. Updated 2024, right? Statistical update 2024. See, once again, rifles are not. Let's make sure this data is accurate. 2.8 million 2018 for rifles. Even though this is coming from the ATF website, you know, sometimes data doesn't always end up the same on two reports. 2.8 million. Okay. We're good to go. So there was definitely more manufacturers in 21 and 22 during pandemic timeframes. That's when dealers saw surge in pandemic buying, which, you know, people's fears. Also, wars broke out in you know, Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Imports, import applications, imports, tax revenues. $96 million in 23. Hold on. Oh my goodness, there's so much fucking. There's so many fucking pages, bro. There's pages about stuff I don't even think I need. So what page is not this, obviously. Imports, tax revenue. This is Exhibit 8. Total firearms manufactured was 9.7 million. We're not going to do actual to the T math, but 9.7 million. Stop doing that because I keep doing that. 9.7 million. If we did it towards the $200 tax, $1.9 billion. That's not even. Is exports considered as the transfers? No, I think there was a page where I can see something about transfers. I imported. There was something where we could see, like, here we go. Let's see here. Application for tax pay transfer. We'll say 471 because I'm assuming you need the application for each transfer. Registration of a firearm used to request. Yeah. A firearm. It says a firearm, not multiple firearms. Okay, so, right? Let's go back. I don't know where I'm at. Alright, Exhibit 9. So, right? Registration of firearms. We have 471,000. We're going to hold this number, 1.9 billion. 471,000. Okay. Times 200 is 94 million. Now, mind you, both the original number, right? Okay, let's bring this thing out a little bit easier so we can see shit properly. 94 million is just the applications for the people who were paying the tax, right? Which the tax is obviously machine guns or a destructive device, supposedly, because if they're paying the tax, it must be a machine gun or destructive device. And I'm doing math based off of if every firearm manufactured or transferred had to pay the tax, to just show how much income is being missed out because lobbies and backing and funding into somebody's pockets instead of working for the people, of course, and making some moves, of course. You know what I'm saying? You know, actually working for your constituents and making your government and your country a lot better place. You know, more livable place. 94 million, bruv. We're talking 1 year, and we're talking just transfer applications that actually paid a tax. Right now. This is 94 million, right? 471,000 applications times the $200 tax, right? This math ain't mathing. And I say that because if there were 471,000 applications to transfer and register a firearm that had to pay the tax, this isn't even for the exemption ones, that had to pay the tax, this is pretty much the total number of transfer and making tax. So what you're telling me, if my math is correct, right? Because I could be wrong. You know, I may be doing math incorrectly, so someone tell me if I'm wrong. But the math is saying that in 23, in 2023, 98% of the tax paid was transfers. in registration of a firearm. However, why would you need to register a firearm every time it's transferred for 471,000 applications? If the revenue, right? If we take the revenue into consideration, that, what was that number? Right? This is not the number. I'm sorry, this is the other number from earlier. Where's the 471,000? So if this is 94.2 million out of the 96 million, that means there is 1.8 million dollars that was generated. Nigga, what? I hate when the calculator does it. Okay. I need to stop doing that. $1.8 million divided by 200, which is each tax that was paid, was 9,000 firearms that was manufactured. So what you're telling me, based on what the data says, right?
Said, yo, I've got you in the background talking while I'm cleaning my apartment and I just stopped to listen.
Hey man, thanks for showing up.
0p. Said, how did you start on this topic?
I've been reviewing our government's actions over the last few days, or over the past week, of what's been going on in the House and in Congress. Some of the streams have had it up. I think you've seen a little bit of it at one point. But I was checking on Alsbrooks, you know, our senator that we voted into office 2 years ago, or a little less than 2 years ago, or a little over a year ago for real, if we're doing real math. You see what she's been doing, right? And she introduced a bill to prevent gun violence by increasing the tax on firearms. Now, the IRS code, the original code, right here, and just give you some quick information, says it. This shit was created in 1968, by the way. At some point it was amended to say some other shit, but this general code was fucking created in 1968, by the way. $200 for each firearm made in the case of a machine gun or destructive device. Let me explain real quick what a machine gun is. A machine gun is a gun where you pull the trigger and it continues to fire. So, for example, a pistol is not a machine gun, right? You know what I'm saying? You got to continue pulling that trigger. Semi-automatic is the key wording on most firearms. Rifles can be machine guns, but some rifles are only semi-automatics because it can't go full auto. If it can switch to a full auto setting or is actually a machine gun, then it had to pay this tax, right? The thing about this is, this tax right here for making, and the same thing for transferring for machine gun or destructive device. Destructive devices are like flamethrowers, grenade launchers, XYZ. And $0 for any firearm that's transferred that isn't this. So they pretty much made it free to manufacture and transfer firearms.
So basically any full auto weapon should pay the tax?
Yes, that is what they said. That is what they said. But they made it free to transfer and manufacture any other type of weapon.
Said even an auto pistol.
If it's a full auto pistol, yes. But the key important thing here is the fact that they only stipulated for machine guns, which is not the most manufactured weapon in the U.S. in general, just firearms in general. It's not machine guns. It's not machine guns, of course. You know, Bamas do buy rifles. Bamas do buy full auto rifles in those states, of course. Bamas they might buy machine guns in the state of Maryland. But Bamas can buy pistols. They can buy semi-automatic rifles. They can buy shotguns. Am I missing anything? All for the price of a measly $0 to create and transfer this sucker around. This is how much money. Now, let's go back to Alsbrooks. You know, she introduces 1216. Hasn't gone anywhere because you know what's not going to happen? It's not going to get passed. But you know why it's not going to get passed? Because somebody's pockets at one point, it might be now still, getting filled with some dollars. And it ain't 1.8 billion, I tell you. I mean 1.8 million. But let's get back to what I was talking about 1 second. Hold on, because I was on a run right there. So in 23, right? We're going to bring on some recent information. Run it back real quick. There was a total of $96 million collected in tax. Now, when I look at the applications for tax paid, we're not even going to go over the exemption portions. Because Alsobrooks, by the way, said in her bill that the wording should be changed on this tax code to say $200 for each firearm made and $5 for any firearm that is not in this first paragraph. Same thing for the transfer rate. $200 for each firearm transferred and not any firearm, or in $5 for any firearm that is not in the first paragraph. Very good wording. What this should have said in the first place. In 1954? 1968? 1976? In July of 25, supposedly, there was some shit added or maybe stipulated about this. Anywho, let's go back. My bad, I was on something real quick. So we're not gonna. These are the $5 Bambas. These would be considered $5 underneath her bill proposal. But for the taxes paid for transfers, there were 471,000 applications. I'm doing rounded math, right? We're not even using the 239. Rounded math, 471,000 applications at the $200 tax rate would have been $94 million. $94 million of the $96 million that was collected for transfer and making firearms in 23, which would mean $1.8 million. $1.8 million. Why do I not have $1.8 million on? I did see it just now. $1.8 million, right? What the fuck was that? $1.8 million divided by the $200 tax rate, which would have been the, for every single firearm, of course, that was produced, or in that case is only considered as a machine gun or destructive device, also, was 9,000. They're saying that in 23, that only 9,000 machine guns, which is a fully automatic firearm or rifle or pistol, and destructive device like a grenade launcher, probably a flamethrower, something that shoots out a incendiary or grenade style projectile or projectile in general, that does not include tear gas and something else, I think. But they're saying that only 9,000 of these were produced in 23. That so let's do some other math real quick. You know what I'm saying? This is comical. So 9,000, right? Only 9,000 machine guns were produced in 2023. Right? Which is $1.8 million. What the fuck is this number? 471,000 applications to transfer a firearm and register it, supposedly. Okay, can it stop doing that? Why is it doing everything else? It was 94 million. $94.2 million, right? So hold on, that was exhibit 8. no, Exhibit 9, sorry. 471,000 transfers that had to pay the tax, the $200 tax. So they transferred around, including the new firearms that were manufactured. 9,000 plus 9,000 plus firearms. I'm sorry, that's not important information. Let me go back. Let's go to Exhibit 1. How many firearms were manufactured in 23? 9.7 million firearms were manufactured in 23. Now let's do some math. Stop doing the points, because I keep... In German, you say Punkt for the, like, decimal, or, you know, in this case where I'm saying, like, point how many millions. In Japanese, you say te, or you can say te, but, you know, in Japanese, well, te is for the, no, ten, for the decimal point, but, you know, in Japanese, it's 10,000 words, so I'm mixing everything up in my head now. It's fucking me up. Anyway, let me, digress for a second. 9.7 million firearms were manufactured in 23. If we did that at the $200 tax, that's $1.9 billion that would have been generated. That means the firearm industry has saved $1.9 billion just for manufacturing alone. Now, if we go back to Exhibit 9, for all of the tax exempt, notice of firearms manufactured and imported. Why is it 1 million here and why is it 1 million there and then 9 million here? I think I like to see that the realistic data here is making more sense. Well, let's go back over here. It was 9 million. What is... This form is used by qualified to import the manufacturer importation of an NFA firearm. So what firearms? I don't know what this data is supposed to represent now, right here, this. So, if we used the exemption ones who applied, who paid their occupational tax and have their little exemption joint for paying to get a license pretty much to be exempt, and then the ones who applied for an exemption anyway, if we include both of those numbers together, that's about 1 million. About 1 million. That's, yeah, 1 million. 1 million in 80, 1.80, no. That's not correct. 1,086,000. Alright. So it's about 1,086,000. We're just going to round it off to 1 million applications. And then we'll say about 1 million applications that applied for exemptions or got exemptions because of their, they paid that tax for an exemption license. It's $200 million. You know, greed is a crazy thing, you know. Can you still see the data on screen? I just want to make sure that, you know, you can see me when I'm talking about this. Greed is a crazy thing, you know. Because, for example, the programs we have cut in the last year, right? We would have in 1 year, mind you, This is 2 years prior to last year. In 1 year, we'd have had more money to funnel into all of these programs that have been cut. In 1 year, if we actually taxed gun manufacturers and the public for manufacturing firearms and transferring them. We don't even have the correct data for how many firearms were transferred, right? But if we assume that every firearm that was manufactured in 2023, 9.7 million firearms, to repeat that again, 9.7 million firearms were manufactured in 2023, we can assume that they were at least transferred one time. And when I say that if all of these firearms were manufactured, sent to a dealer or some plant, and were actually sold, now we're being generous that they were all sold, because most likely some of them sat to the next year or something like those, or they were exported to a different country, or they somehow fell into the wrong hands because heavily regulated items somehow end up somewhere where they're not supposed to be somehow. Anywho, 9.7 million, right? 9.7 million at the $200 tax was $1.9 billion of missed income for the manufacturing of all of these firearms. If each firearm was at least transferred one time, because most likely transferring from the dealer, which is you going to the dealer saying, hey, I want to purchase this firearm, and then you paying, I'm assuming it's you paying a $200 tax for buying that firearm. I'm assuming that's how this would work out for the transfer thing. I could be wrong. It might not be a transfer tax between the person who's purchasing and the dealer, and it may just be transfer tax for dealer to dealer. Like, I'm a dealer, I'm a firearm dealer. In this example, I'm a firearm dealer and I live in the state of Washington and I transfer it to California. Then me transferring it to the firearm dealer in California, I'd have to pay the $200 tax, or whoever pays the $200 tax, or that whole transaction is a $200 tax. But if they also are including the transfer from dealer to citizen or dealer to whatever other entity, then they would have double of the income. If we just multiply this number by 2, that's $3.8 billion. Okay, let's see here. This is what the White House released. We're just going to work with some random information we got from whitehouse.gov. Wait. This says May 25. The president's fiscal year 26 budget upholds the Constitution by eliminating funding for cultural Marxism. Wait a second. Is this new? Because why does that say fiscal year 26? This says May 25. Okay. We're not even going to get into the nitty-gritty detail of what all this is. Preschool development grants, eliminating preschool development grants because children are being instituted with DEI in early care and education, such as giving money to education to implement intersectionality and racial equity for 4-year-olds. Okay. All right, let's back off for a second. Let's just back off for a second. Let's stick with the numbers for a moment. Let's stick with the number for a moment. Let's stick with the numbers for a moment. Let's hold on. Wait a second. For example, in 2024, the Minority Business Development Agency introduced a new language translation tool on its website to provide context in Spanish, with future plans to translate content into French, Chinese, Tagalog, and Vietnamese. Tagalog is a Filipino language, by the way. In addition, MBDA mismanaged funds in recent years, wasting taxpayer dollars. Most importantly, last year, a U.S. district court found MBDA's social disadvantage based on race or ethnicity in its funding decisions to be unconstitutional. They're saying that developing and adding a translation app. They're saying that having a translation app, because this is America and you need to be able to speak English and not your other language, is against the law. And that's DEI wokeness. That's woke. All right. So let's go back. Community service. Federal funding cuts. No. What is let's see here. Medicare funding cuts in 2025, all right? Let's see how much the cuts were again, because I don't remember how much it's like 45 billion or something, right? Or 45 million or something, right? Let's see here. Cuts over $1 trillion from health programs. Well, that's a lot larger than the number that I had currently available to work with. Even though it adds 3.4 billion to the national debt. Okay, so let's go back. Maybe this isn't enough money to funnel or to cover everything, right? But let's be realistic here. This is me doing math. This is me doing math off of numbers from what is now considered as 3 years ago, in 2023, based off of a bill that was introduced at this point a month ago, by Miss Alsobrooks. To add a transfer tax, change the wording of the IRS code to say that every manufacturer of a firearm is $200, and anyone that is not described in paragraph 1 be a manufacturer tax of $5. Same thing with the transfer fees. For every firearm transferred, $200. For every firearm that is not in paragraph 1, $5 would be the transfer fee, or the transfer tax. Either way, right? Either way, did we ever add those numbers together? No, we never added those numbers together. So by the way, let's just go ahead and 471,000 times the 200. Stop. 94.2 million. We're gonna copy this number real quick. 9.97 million. 9.7 million times the 200. 1.9 billion. Plus our number of applicants for transfers. 2 million. 2 million. And that doesn't even include the ones that had exemptions, which was, hold on, let's get our numbers together. We'll copy this number, this 2 billion. And then we have exemptions for, what do we say, about 1 million times the $5 tax rate. Is $5 million. Of course, we could have just figured it out ourselves, but you know, we add things up. $5 million. This isn't right. This isn't right. Something's not right here. Something is not right here. It's supposed to be 2 billion. Right? This number is so fucking big, it's fucking... Give me a moment. Hold on a second. Old man status. Do? Yep. Okay. Why is the number that? Plus, what do we have? Plus the 5 million. Plus the 5 million. Stop. Is 2 billion 39 million, 2 billion 39 million $200,000 that would have been generated in tax revenue income from the manufacturer in sale. The manufacturer in transfer tax of any firearm in 2023. Well, if this is reason number 357 for you of why your government isn't supporting you the way you would hope, or you know, is staying as far away as possible and not assisting you, because you believe that there should be no government oversight or something like that. But this is what happens when, you know, people aren't particular about the verbiage and who are being lobbied by individuals who are only think of profits over the quality of the society in which it's doing business within. I obviously need a break. I'm gonna take a sip of water. I'm gonna go find some food real quick, and then we'll, I guess, play video games or something, because that's depressing. Drink your water, motherfuckers. Drink your waters. Drink your waters.
Mizu nonde.
Alright, now that I'm back from those depressing numbers of $2 billion that is missed revenue of tax revenue that could have been produced if we weren't too busy worrying about appeasing lobbyers. And when I say lobbyers of big corporations, of course, you know what I'm saying? There's nothing wrong with the people lobbying for change and all that, but you know, when all we do is give in to big corporation and big dollar spending. My question is, you help them save, right? The people who helped implement these rules, the people who have not changed the rules after all these years, the people who have, as mass shootings have increased and gun violence has increased throughout the years, have not made changes to the implementation of the how the tax code is written, changes to gun laws in general, XYZ. How much money did you pocket, or how much money did you get in you know, vacations, plane rides, gifts, money, income, campaign donations? Was it $2 billion in 1 year? Was it $2 billion? Because the data we have for the ATF goes all the way back to 1986. So if we wanted to do the math, if we really wanted to input all this data, we could do the math and find out how much revenue from 1986 to 2023 has been missed because of the lackluster writing in the original IRS code, or in the IRS code on manufacture and transfer of firearms. Now that I'm thinking about it, I might have to go down this tangent.
Aries ascending. Said you were going down that tangent eventually, lol.
I was going down it already. I was going to take a break and play video games, but because I figured out that in 1 year it was $2 billion that was left under the table. 1 year it was $2 billion left under the table in what should have been tax revenue. So in 1 year, they traded $96 million in tax revenue. I'm sorry, they traded $2 billion in tax revenue for $96 million in actual tax revenue. So $2 billion is what it should have been, and what they actually collected was $96 million. That is a $1 billion in 9 million savings. I'm sorry, incorrect. That's incorrect. Hell of shit. In 4 million savings. Why the fuck did I say 9? I was looking at the wrong number. It's 1 billion. Well, actually, no, that's 1 billion in 900 in 4 million. That's a bit of a large discrepancy, actually. It's 1 billion in $904 million that they chose not to get generated. And I'm saying that they chose because every year that this law or this tax revenue code has been implemented since 1968, 1954. Oh, a prior section. This will consist of subsidies. So this was in a similar law in 1954. So between 1954, for real, in 2023, or no, 2026 at this point, actually, let's not even say 2023, let's just go ahead with this current year. In 26, what are we missing? Is that 30 years? from what's that, 28 years from 100 years of this fucking tax code or fucking shit in general. Anywho, I'm sorry. Let me go back to what I was on. That's $2 billion. So they saved the gun industry, the firearm industry saved $1 billion in $904 million. The gun industry saved $1,904 million in 1 year. In 1 fucking year, bruv. Oh my fucking goodness. Now, we only have ATF data to go back all the way to 1986. But I think, well, first off, we need to see if we can get this chart. Can I get this information somewhere else? No, I don't want to add. Can I add comments on screen? Okay. Didn't know that. Stop it. How do I... There's got to be a way to... Can I just screenshot this and then do it like how I would do on my phone and just pull the fucking data from the screenshot? Can I just do that? Is that possible on Microsoft? Is that a thing? Okay. We're going to make this really annoying and difficult for ourselves. But we're going to do some quick good old 1, 2, 3 calculations. And not mental calculations, of course, because that'd be fucking crazy. But we're doing big math. And we're not going to do everything to the T. We're just going to round the numbers. 9 million. 8 million. Okay, I didn't mean to keep my finger on that button just now. 11 million. Actually, that's really like 11.5 million, but we'll keep that. Actually, that's 2 9 millions back to back. So we'll just go ahead with 18 million. 10 million. That's really 8.5 million, but we'll go with... Okay. That's not what we meant to do at all. Plus 8 million. We're going to go back just to 2010. We're only going to go back as far as 2010. 6.5 million. So we'll just round up, right? It says 6.5 million. We've had 2 half millions already, plus the third one, so it's 7.5 million. So we'll say 7.5 million plus 5.5 million. We'll just say 5.5 million. Yep. 77 million guns between 2018 and 2010. Between 2010 and 2018, there were 77 Nanajuma yen. No, actually it's Nanajumai dollar, because it's not yen, it's dollar. Because in yen that'd be in the millions. In the millions. not the double digits, but the triple digits. Actually, it might be in the billions, honestly, because 77 million might actually be a lot in Japanese. $77 million might be a lot in Japanese yen. Anywho, before we continue going down a longer tangent, let's pull up the data for 2019 through 23. So for 2019, we have 7 million plus 11 plus 13. Ooh, that's almost 14. We're just gonna go ahead and say 14 off of that. Yeah, between that one and between 21 and 22, they got some numbers going on. Plus 23. Sheesh. What did I just say? What was my last number? I said 14. Then 13 million. And then 9.7 million. Actually, no, we won't even add this. Actually, yeah, we'll add it. We'll add it. I was gonna say we're gonna remember the 2 billion off the top of the dome, but we'll just add it. Stop. So between 2010 and 2023, there were 131,700,000 firearms manufactured. If we had this bill proposal prior to 2010, the US would have generated, or the ATF would have generated in tax revenue, just for the manufacture of 131.7 million firearms, $26.3 billion. This is why I had to go get some food real quick, because it was $2 billion for a single year. In a time span of 13 years, this number, what is 13? How do you say 13? You know what I mean? Like quadrupled, like 13. What the hell is the number for 13? Or what is the word for 13? I should say quadruple, not doubled, not quadrupled, you know, blah blah blah, but you know what I'm saying, in 13 years the number should have not wrong, forget everything I just said for the last 30 seconds. Wrong, it's all wrong. He is wrong. My mind is obviously jumbled up with numbers and numbers. In a time span of 13 years, it was an average of $2 billion per year that was left under the table. And I wanted to show this, right? I said that there was $1.9 billion left under the table for 2023 alone. That's more money every year preceding it. In 2013 alone, actually, no, I may have the data for 2010 actually here too. Let me hold on. Let's verify if we have the data for 2000. We have the data for 2010, which was $7.1 million $7.1 million. Why is this? Yeah, $7.1 million for 2010. Okay, this does not highlight the way I was hoping it was going to. This is shit. 2010, it was $7.1 million. That means in 2010, the gun industry saved damn near $2 billion. Because mind you, the number I had earlier, right, for $2 billion is just based off of the fact that there's too many fucking numbers on screen. I'm starting to get confused here. 942. How many zeros are behind that? That's 3. That's 94. Okay. So this is a total 94.2 million was the firearms that were transferred around, and then it was 5 million.
Aries Ascending. Said you need a chart to keep track of the numbers, lol.
I think we have to do a sheet because I'm so confused now. I'm not gonna lie. I do think I'm really confused now. I know what the numbers are, but they're so jumbled up in my fucking head right now. Alright. Hold on a second. You're right, Aries. You are so right. I should have thought of this earlier. Where were you earlier, Aries? I need you. I need you. I need you. Okay. So I wish I could like export this. Actually, I could. I actually could export this. If I just do a couple things here. Wait, what the fuck was that? Wait, show me those options again. I don't know what that was. Was that a chart for my information I just pulled? Or no? What is this? Hold on a second. Let me see if I can do some things here real quick. I can do a couple things here real quick. Don't know what I'm doing. I don't think I know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, that's not what I was hoping was going to happen. Okay, that's also not what I thought was going to happen. Oh, okay, I see I did it wrong. Alright.
Aries Ascending. Said never admit you don't know what you're doing. Just be confidently incorrect and hope nobody notices.
Literally. That's all you gotta do. That's all you gotta do. That's all you have to do these days, you know? Alright, so what if we just like, okay. What if we add another sheet? We'll add this here, right? And then we'll take the information from, where's the other page? I need this to be short and expanded real quick. We'll take the information from here What the hell? It's throwing me off. Wait, I'm confused. Was I able to? Wait, are they gonna let me copy this? It worked. It worked! Now, nigga, you're supposed to maximize the screen. What? Okay. This is very important stuff here. Very important stuff here. This is very important stuff here. Okay, why can't I hold the image after the fact? Alright. Very good. Now let's just overlap that. Alright. Now what else do we need? We have that. What is this? This is Exhibit 9A. We also need... No, wait. This is 9A. That wasn't 9A. That was the tax code one. We need this data here. Okay. And I think that's just about sums up everything we need, right? Well, I mean, we need the numbers for how many firearms were actually manufactured, right? I guess we probably need those numbers, right? Probably need those numbers. Probably need those numbers on page 2. We'll just copy the data over and over. Uh-huh. Yes. Very good. Yes. Very good. And then one more, I believe. Right, we have shuffle through this. Imports. This is national tax. Do we have that? We do have that. Okay. Processed. National firearm processed by foreign type. Actually, we need this information too, because we didn't even add this info in there earlier, which is more revenue that would have been generated had they been we don't need that chart. We definitely don't need the chart. Okay, it's just the chart overrides it. All right. Good to know. Good. Okay. All right, and I think that is everything we need from those pages, particularly. We have this, and the only thing we need now is Exhibit 1. Which is the amount of firearms that were manufactured between 2023 and 2013. Okay, so we have all this info, just as backup info. We'll expand these fucking joints real quick. I'm stressed. So, right. Can I, like, just highlight? No, I can't. Okay. I figured as much.
Said you might need a break, lol.
No, we need to get these numbers. I'm gonna make a video out of this shit, because I'm like, think of what? We need these numbers. We probably do need a break, but if we stop, there's no guarantee that we'll start back up. Yeah. can't say the same about your girl. Alright. There's got to be a way to be able to pull the data out. I'm probably gonna look like such a fucking tech newbie right now.
0p said, speaking of break, I just finished vacuuming and about to get back on the game.
Since when were you ever on the game? And why didn't you tell us? Manufactured firearms. Transferred firearms. Somebody was asking me for assistance on Excel. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, bro. Every time I get on this joint, I forget what I even knew the time before. I don't know what I'm doing on here. I'm just trying to put the data together and hope I get it right. I know there's formulas and stuff. Every now and then I'm like, oh, I think I know what to do. I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
Just in case you wanted to play 2 LOL.
Well, thanks, motherfucker, for sending me an invite. You didn't tell me what game, though. You Fortnite playing ass nigga. I mean, my friend.
Sending. Said RI0P is trying to help you relax, LOL.
Get the blood boiling. We need that. I don't like this. You know, I don't like this shit. I need my borders and shit. I need my solid borders.
Said hashtag besties.
Besties! Besties! Baddies!
Said thanks at Aries Ascending, at least someone understands.
Oh, word? That's how you feel? I thought it was cool. I thought we was cool. If you were my real best friend, you'd be like, hey, yo, let me help you out with that spreadsheet, man. Nah, don't say that. So I'm gonna put you to work. Put you to work, boy. I don't like this. I think I know why I don't like this. I think I know why I don't like this. Because I didn't make this into fucking...
Said I would help with the spreadsheet, but I can't read. Sad face.
It be your own niggas, bruh. It be your own niggas, bruh. It be your own niggas, bruh.
Said if you start butchering the spreadsheet, I'm leaving.
Am I gonna butcher the spreadsheet? How would I do that? Me? Butcher a spreadsheet? Tax revenue missed. Generated. Okay, so
Aries Ascending. Said use the right formulas, slightly smiling face.
I'm gonna do my best. Well, first off, I need to figure out how to pull the data. I need to figure out how you pull the data just from one column in here, but these aren't imported as fucking tables, they're imported as pictures, so I don't really know if I could Google. Which uses data from picture. Alright, let's figure out what let's go down a little rabbit hole real quick, and this is what the kids don't know these days. These days the kids are like, hey bro, I need you to feed me the step-by-step instructions on what to do, XYZ. Nah, nigga, you need to get on Google. You need to use your motherfucking resources. Use the motherfucking context clues that they not teach you in school. Motherfuckers. Now be quiet while I watch my video. JK, you don't have to be quiet. Wait, can I do that?
Aries ascending. Said I'm going down a rabbit hole real quick, he says before he spends 2 hours on the subject.
Just real quick. Use the admin to insert a person or file chip into your spreadsheet and select your chip. Choose which data are extracted and where the data is extracted. See, but that's somebody's actual, like, those are files, like someone's actual. I don't want to use smart chips, nigga. I want to use data extraction for fucking split text to columns, data cleanup, data validation. Can I do this in Google Sheets, or is that only an Excel thing?
Said you should go down the rabbit hole of how the term going down the rabbit hole started, winky face.
Started by going down your girl's rabbit hole. Sheesh!
Aries ascending. Said don't give him ideas, face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy.
These niggas say you need to use fucking.
Said he'll see you in HR.
Well, good thing I ain't got that, nigga. I am HR. I'm the manager. I'm HR. I'm asset protection, and I'm the boss. Get the fuck back to work, boy. Let's see here. Extract table. I'm not installing shit. Alright, Google, I don't care what you ask me. I'm not installing nothing. It's like a plugin. Plug your girl in. I don't really think I want to. I don't really think I want to use. Wait, can I do that? Can I do that? Hold on. I got one other idea. I got one other idea before I start just doing shit. This is also the wrong page. Let me try this. They're saying, hey, bro, you got to do like 10 steps to fucking to be able to extract the data, since this is Google Sheets and not Google Excel. I mean, Microsoft Excel. You broke bitch. You need your Microsoft Excel. They say you can upload it in Excel on mobile and extract the data that way, and then re-upload it into your Google Sheets. I think I ain't going through that many steps, bro. What do you think this is, bro? What do you think this is, bro? It said open with Google Sheets. So where is it opening the data to? Because it doesn't look like you're extracting my data. Okay.
RI0P. Said at Aries Ascending, is it just me or does it sound like he's underwater talking to us?
Bro, get the fuck out of here with that underwater shit, bro. It's all your fault, bro. So I think we're gonna have to.
Said a little LOL.
This nigga. Aries, I thought we was cool. You're not supposed to agree with him? Don't agree with anything he says. Can we switch these columns? Why not switch? Why is that not a top tier
Aries Ascending.
option here?
Said I'm a neutral party, LOL.
Oh, okay. Respect. He's playing zombies without us, Aries. You're not a neutral party anymore, Aries. He's playing zombies without us. Manufactured firearms. Transferred firearms. Missed money. Actual tax generated. Okay. So, let's get to fucking typing, huh?
RI0P. Said I've been cleaning this whole time. Aries Ascending. Said you played Smite without me last night, so don't you even, buddy.
I
0P.
got on.
And I still gotta take out Thetrush.
I got on, Aries, and hoped you were going to be getting online. And you know what you didn't do, Aries? You didn't get online. So you know what I had to do, Aries? I had to play without you. And I was very disappointed. Very disappointed. I tried my best, you know what I'm saying? I really tried. What if I like save this, right? Like as a try.
Ascending. Said what happened, you messaging me asking me to play. Hi.
I'm sorry. You know, at one point I did think about doing that, and then I forgot. I figured you would just show up. I figured you would know your Smite senses were tingling, and you would just show up. I don't know what to do here. Should I extract this? Oh, there's a... Okay, first off, stop. Stop whatever this is. There's that data extraction giant. I don't want to use a plugin. Use your girl's plugin, though. On her, of course. Gotta make sure that's clear. You nasty motherfuckers. Google Sheets add-ons, best for structure. Install tools, PDF to Sheets, or file drop from the Google Workspace Marketplace to extract text directly. File drop. Insert and list files in bulk in Google Sheets. Yeah, but I don't want to just link the files. I want the data from the files.
Aries Ascending. Said well, have fun with your numbers and not playing zombies.
No! No! Aries, no! Don't tell me what you're about to do. Aries, don't. Don't do it, Aries. Aries. I'll tell you this. And these are true facts.
Aries Ascending. Said Anzan in a
No!
medium skin tone.
Kieltskete. Kieltskete. Okay, so I need to. Can I save this as a PDF maybe? Should be able to save this as a PDF, right? What is this? '86 to 2018. And then let's see if we can extract this somehow. That's not what we want to do. Wait, can I use that on this? No. I'm confused then. Or maybe I need to. I think I know what I need to do. I think I know what I need to do. Get this shit out the way. Then what we'll do is we'll take data, we'll split it into columns. Did it not copy the words? It did copy the words, so why did it like leave that like that? Okay. Well, we don't need all of this extra. What the fuck is this at the end? I don't know what this stuff at the end is. Oh my goodness. 836. 836 what? What the fuck is this? Oh no, it split the millions up. Bro. Bro. This is so stupid. I don't know what to do. Never mind. Because this, what I had to work was going to work, but it doesn't work. So I don't think we have what we need. Let's try doing it with this though. See what happens. And if we split it, it's probably going to split the millions up again. Yep. Conditioning. It's annoying. Okay. So we have a problem. Let's see here. Insert one column to the left. And then we'll have year. Right, because I gotta put the borders on this too. Alright, that's not working for some reason. There we go. Okay. So, what did I say? Like 2013. No, we said 2010. And the rest should be able to do like predictive text. Remember correctly? Reading calendar events. Data validation. That's not what I'm supposed to do. Okay, how do I remove the data validation? Okay, remove all. Alright. You're supposed to be able to, what is it? Can control hold? I don't remember how to do this. It's alright, I can figure it out. 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 Fill range. Control enter. That's not the one we needed. That's the correct thing though, right? Maybe Control D. No, that's not. That's also not it. Why is what do you call that again? It's not predictive. No, what is it? Array? Control Shift Enter maybe? That's not it. Alright, so let's figure this out. All right, let's take a quick YouTube break while we eat our food real quick.
You the top 20 most useful.
You know, we'll make it a quick speed real quick. You know what I'm saying? Just get
started. So
get a couple
here I
bites
am
in.
Google Sheets. I have some test scores, and these are just fictional test scores. But let's say the same group of students plans on taking the same test the next year. What I could do is click this button here to add a new sheet, and I'm just going to name that sheet 2024. I should also name this sheet 2023, I suppose. And now on the 2023 sheet, I'm just going to copy paste this data onto the 2024 spreadsheet. All I need to do is click and drag to select the range that I want to copy, and it could simply be one cell. It doesn't have to be a range of cells, but I'm going to click and drag to get this entire range, and then use my first keyboard shortcut. You may already be familiar with this. It's probably the most commonly used keyboard shortcut. Clear out that you want to cut and paste and add V on a Mac to paste in the data. And now, of course, I could clear out the data that needs to be updated and add more data, etc. Now, sometimes you don't want to copy paste the data, you want to cut and paste. So for that, go to the data that you want to be cut and pasted, select it, hold Control and tap X, and then move to the location where you want the data to be pasted, click, and then hold Control and tap V to paste. So that didn't copy paste, it cut cut and pasted. So in many cases, those are the 3 most commonly used and useful keyboard shortcuts. Let's move on to a few others. If you regret an action you take in Google Sheets, just hold Control and tap Z to undo that action. And you can tap that several times to keep going back through the list of actions that you've done. These, instead of Control, are Command. Our next keyboard shortcut that you're going to find useful for as long as you use Google Sheets is Control F or Command F on Mac. Anytime you need to search, especially a big spreadsheet, for a specific name or word or number, whatever it might be, just hold Control and tap F, and that will open the Find dialog box, and you can search the entire spreadsheet for that word or number or whatever it might be. So I'm going to do a search for Alex. After typing in Alex, notice that Excel identified exactly where that data is stored, and it highlighted it so I can easily find it. Control F is very useful in Google Sheets. Let's move on to our 7th keyboard shortcut for Google Sheets, and that's Control B. What does Control B do? It bolds whatever is selected. So I'm going to click here on Adam's name and hold the click and drag down to select all of the names in this spreadsheet. I'll hold Control, tap B. I get this little pop-up warning, and I'm going to click Don't show this again for 5 minutes. I click OK, and now that range of data is bolded. I can do the same thing with this range of data. Control B, it all goes bold. Next, we have Control I, and this is similar to Control B, but it applies italics. So I want test scores to come in italics. I hold Control, tap I, and that text is now italicized. Our next keyboard shortcut is not as commonly known as the others I've shown so far. I'm going to add a new column heading here in F2. I'll just type in years taken exam, and I'll click here on this cell for fee paid, and I'll click the format painter and then just click on the cell that I want to have the same format, and then I'll double click to spread out that column so that it can fit the data that I've put in that column so far. So let's say all of these students have taken the test for 2 straight years. I'll just put in the number 2, and next what I'm going to do is click and drag to highlight the number that I've just put in and all the way down the rest of the data set. And then I'm going to use my next keyboard shortcut, which is Control Enter on a Windows computer or Command Enter on a Mac. And what this is going to do, by holding Control and tapping Enter, it's going to copy whatever is in the topmost cell, and it's going to fill it all the way down into the other selected cells. So this can be a great time saver when you're using Google Sheets and the same piece of data needs to be filled all the way down. For my next keyboard shortcut, I'm going to switch over here to the 2024 spreadsheet, and this next keyboard shortcut is Control A on a Windows computer, Command A on a Mac. And what this is for is it's for selecting all cells in the current sheet. There are times in which you need to select, copy, and then paste, or select and then format an entire spreadsheet in Google Sheets.
Bro, buddy, I thought she was going to be at that thing I needed already.
And now the entire spreadsheet is highlighted, it's selected, and now I could change the text color, for example, for the entire sheet. That would be a big mistake. Another sheet. So Control A will prove to be very helpful when you're using Google Sheets. So those are then paste mistake, or I could bold the entire sheet, or I could hold Control, tap C to copy the entire sheet, and then paste into another sheet. So keyboard shortcuts in Google Sheets. Keep in mind, on a Windows computer, each of those uses Control and then another key. On a Mac computer, each of those would be performed by holding the Command key and then another key. Now it's time to look at the next 10 most useful keyboard shortcuts in Google Sheets. And the first of those next 10 is Control F2 or Command F2 on a Mac. Now what this is for is as you move around your spreadsheet, let's say you're using the arrow keys on your keyboard just to navigate around the spreadsheet, or maybe you're using Tab and Enter to move around. If you decide you need to jump inside a cell to make some edits, what a lot of people would do is they would use the mouse to double click on the cell to jump inside the cell and make some adjustments. And that works well, but what if you want to keep your hands on the keyboard? That will help you be more efficient if you can learn to keep your hands on the keyboard and use the keyboard shortcut keys instead of the mouse. So if you
that's what I'd be trying to do, you know what I mean?
So I don't want to do that in this case. Instead, I'm just going to jump inside. You know what I mean? To do that, I'm just going to tap the F2 button on my keyboard, and that gets me inside the active cell so I can edit it. Our next keyboard shortcut allows us to comment on a keyboard, and that gets me dead. I'm just going to jump inside the cell. To do that, I'm just going to tap the F2 button on my keyboard, and that gets me inside F2. The active cells, cell D3, and then I'll use my next keyboard shortcut, which is Control-Alt-M, to insert a comment into that cell. So Control-Alt-M allows me to comment, and I just click the comment button, and now there's a comment key. And this keyboard shortcut is used after you've copied something. So I'm going to click and drag to highlight, or Command-Shift-V. And this keyboard shortcut is used after you've copied something. That data, copy the type of just the values, and that can be in just the values. But you also get this. If you do paste format, the text or other data that you put the current date into a cell, all you do is select the cell, hold the Control key, and tap the semicolon button. That will insert the current date into the selected cell. Similar to that shortcut, we have Insert Current Time. To do that, hold Control, hold Shift, and tap the semicolon button. Again, as always, on a Mac, it would be Command, Shift, semicolon. For our next keyboard shortcut key, we're going to use Alt and the down arrow on the keyboard. When you use that keyboard combination, Google Sheets will move to the next sheet in your workbook. If you hold Alt and tap the up arrow, you'll go to the previous sheet in your workbook. Our next keyboard shortcut for Google Sheets is Shift F11. If you hold Shift and tap the F11 key on the keyboard, Google Sheets will give you a new blank sheet, and you You can do that over
I
Adobe
think
if you
Buddy
want,
is not
to
covering the
create
subject
mini
I
blank
needed.
sheets. And our final keyboard shortcuts that we're going to look at in this video have to do with number formats. I'm going to select this range and I'm going to hold Control Shift 1. And what I've done here is I've changed the formatting of that range to just be decimals, not to be currency. Holding Control Shift and tapping 2 changes the formatting of those cells to be time format. What about Control Shift 3? That's date
This is
format.
good information.
Control-Shift
However,
4
this
is
isn't what I
currency
needed.
format. Control Shift 5 is percentage format, and Control Shift 6 is exponent format. So my final keyboard shortcut is really a set of keyboard shortcuts that change the set. 4 is currency format. Control Shift 5 is really the most useful
That's good to
Google
know.
Sheets shortcuts, with a couple of bonus shortcuts thrown in. Thanks for watching. I hope you found this tutorial to be helpful. If you did, please like, follow, and subscribe. And when you do, click the bell and you'll be notified when I post another video. If it
Yeah. What is that thing called? Google Sheets data. I don't think it's data validation though, is it? No. Yeah, it's not data validation. I don't know what it is. Let's see what this say real quick. It's like a... Okay, never mind. I think it's this guy's videos that I was seeing before, maybe? Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Wait. Does he have the thing? What is it called? Where you fill in data? The ad number? No. Oh. Here we
In
go.
Excel, you can resize all of your column headings simultaneously to the perfect width so that all of your data can be seen and there's no wasted
Is
select.
that the only
Then
thing he was
just
worried about
T
doing?
and
Because
B.
this isn't what I needed. I can tell you that. Yeah. I don't think that's the way I'm supposed to do that. I'm supposed to be able to hold this, right? If I remember correctly. It's like hold this down. And then you're supposed to be able to like, it's a hotkey. What is it? That's also not it. That's not it either. That's also not it. Also not it. Also not it. Just hidden buttons at this point. Seeing if we come across something. And I'm getting tired of this. This is gonna kill me. Trimming function? No. Hold on. Hold the front door. Okay, wait. excuse me, equals A5, right? But how do you use it, or there should be a way to
I had
add
a crazy
the
idea.
date
We were surprised that no one had done it before.
from
Success
there on
or
after
waste?
continually.
Let's dive in.
The fastest way to create a list of dates is with Excel's fill handle. Start with a date in a single cell. Hover your mouse over the bottom right corner until the cursor changes to the black cross, and then drag down to fill the column with sequential dates. Notice it gives me a tooltip telling me what date it's up to.
What?
To release.
That's all it was this whole time.
It's for me.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Also drag the fill handle across to get a row of dates in your column headers. I'm going to leave them as is for now. By the way, I should point out
Are
that my
you
dates are
fucking kidding me?
formatted day, month, year.
Are
Now,
you
if your
fucking
dates
kidding me?
are in a column,
What else you got going on here?
then I can use my fill automatically without dragging at all. Maybe you're working with a dynamic January to calculate for unique. If you want to enter a series day Friday number from board, let's go here and we're going to days to generate date.
Okay. You're no longer being helpful at this point. Okay, let's start inputting some data, because this is going to take a moment. And we'll start with manufactured firearms. So we're only going to work with data from 2010 and below or above, or 2010 to current, or 2010 to 2023, or whatever the fuck you want to say it. However you want to say that shenanigans. It's 5.4 million. Doo-doo-doo. 6.5 million. Uh, 8.5 million. 10.8 million. 9 million. Now, like I said, I'm rounding these numbers off, but nobody needs to get super specific about the numbers. 9.3 million. We're only getting slightly more specific because now we have data charts that we can use, or formulas that we can use to calculate all the data for ourselves instead of having to fucking try to type this shit in like some maniac, like the good old days. Good old accounting, as they call it. 11 million, 11.4 million, 8.3 million. Oh, that's a 9. 8.3 million. 9 million. Okay, we need some more data. That's 2018, so now we need 2019, and so on. So 2019 is right here. Double click that again. 2019, we have 7 million. And mind you, this is firearms that were manufactured during these times. This is 11 million. 13.8 million. $13.3 million. Actually, it's really 13.4 million for real, if we want to be serious. Based on how one numbers are right there. And since we've definitely rounded off on the lower end for a few of these, I'm sure we can squeeze that in, no problem. 9.7 million. Okay. So now we're going to look at transferred firearms per year. Oh, this is about to be annoying. Now, we're going to include all transferred firearms to be ones that are, even if they are tax exempt because they have the license for it, if they are tax exempt for just a regular transfer, and if they paid the tax. We're going to include all of those as one number because that's how we're going to be doing our calculations in the end anyway. Actually, transferred firearms, insert one column to the right. Transferred firearms, firearms that paid the tax. Paid. No, let's just say taxed. Boom. We'll make another column because there's information for how many firearms have been transferred for exemptions, and then there's information for firearms that actually paid that tax. And yeah, it's outrageous. Alright, transferred firearms that didn't have to pay a tax. Now we're gonna have to do calculations here because these numbers are in two separate columns. So, but we will make this as quick as possible. So we have 58, we'll say 59,000 applicants and 189,000. 248,000. And we'll put exempt in parentheses. Just to like blue. All right, so like I said, that was 2010. 58,000 plus 189,000. We're at 248,000 applicants for exemptions, by the way, to avoid paying the tax on transferring firearms. 107,000 plus 147,000. 254,000. Um, 206,000. Plus 110,000. We're at 316. Okay, I need the format to be the same way. There's a way to do that, but I'm not about to stress about it right now. Just need to keep it pushing. That was what, 2013? That was 2012. Oh my goodness. Wait, what? Did I add the right numbers? 2011. This is the problem with these fucking joints that are not. It won't let you just extract the data. So 2012 is what we just did. But we'll look at 2011 to make sure it's accurate. It's 254,000. Then we have 316,000. Then we have 206,000. That's 110,000. It's 316. Okay. That's 316. What year are we in? 2014? 262,000. Along with 138,000. That math ain't mathing. 262,000. Along with 138,000. 400,000. Alright. 365,000. 127,000. 492,000. Actually, let me change where my mouse is at so I can do this a lot faster. What year was that? 2016 is the next one. 571,000. Plus 152,000. That's 723,000. Do-do-do. 344,000. 180,000. 524,000. 355,000. 180,000. 535,000. 361,000. 234,000. 595,000. Alright, we need the other sheet, which is, what are we looking at again? Exhibit 9B. No, it wasn't 9B, it was 9A. Applied for exemptions in the year. Wait, we had 2019 on there? We did have 2019 on there. Let's see if those numbers are adding up. 2019. 361. Along with 234,000. Alright. So, let's see here. 2020. 610,000. 610,000. Shit. 610,000. 266,000. 876,000. Exemption applications were requested or made. Okay. In 21, 870,000. Oh wait, I don't need a calculator open for this. I could actually do this in the cell without having to jump back and forth. Why did I do that? If I remember correctly. Or maybe the equal sign was supposed to be at the beginning, I think. It's supposed to be like equal to, yeah. There we go. Man, I was fucking doing this all fucked up. Gotta start remembering them Excel fucking techniques. 919,000 plus 200,000. Wait. No, this isn't right. $919,000. Bro, I thought it was wrong because the number was just so damn high. Why were we fucking transferring so many fucking firearms? 872,000. Plus 214,000. What do you mean error? Okay. I think it's the comma that's throwing it off, right? Yeah, it's the comma. Okay, so I can't put the commas in there. That's not what we're supposed to do. What? 872,000 plus the 214,000. No one, it was the same fill area. Why is it not doing the same thing here? What did I change in this cell that made it different? I don't know what I did here to do this. Okay, I'm going to keep it pushing before I get distracted with that nonsense. So, transfers that were taxed. Let's go back to the other page real quick. 2010. Tax were paid. $33,000. Another $33,000. $52,000. $57,000. $107,000. $130,000. $133,000. Actually, let's just go ahead and say $134,000, based on what those numbers are like. $134,000. $184,000. $128,000. $170,000. Let's bring up that other page again. They pay their taxes, and this is the year 2009, no, 2020 now. Okay. 246,000. Actually, we could say about 247,000. We'll say about 200,000 because I'm sure there's 500 more on another number that we didn't calculate properly, or didn't round off, or something, or that we did round off. I'm sorry. 347. We're gonna say 348,000. 471,000. Okay. All right. Now let's do some math. So tax revenue that was generated, we already have the numbers for. All we have to do is input that data. So let's bring up the other page. For 2010, we have 7.1 million. $7.1 million. $9.5 million. $12.8 million. $18.1 million. $22.6 million. $32.4 million. 62.5. Oh, got a hashtag in there. 62.5 million. I said 62.5 and still typed in 62 million. 62.5 million. 22.9. Actually, we'll just go ahead and say 23 million. Oh, fuck. 23 million. $33.3 million. 37.2 million. We have to bring up the other page for the most recent years. What does this go to? This goes all the way to 2019. All right. So in 2020, tax revenue collected. Wait a second. These numbers are skewed. Oh no, I just typed in 37.2 million. It's close to 37.3 million. They're right about that, because I definitely did not type that in. 37.3 million. 2020, 51.7 million. 78.6 million. 91.5 million. 96 million. Now, mind you, 96 million is a lot of money, but they kept 109. I'm sorry, not 109. They kept 1.9 billion untaxed. So 96 million ain't shit in comparison to the billions. You hear me? That's 999 million more than the number already on paper. That's really double that, because it's 1.5 really, because it's 999 million plus 999 million pretty much. All right. Tax revenue missed. So, right here, right? Manufactured firearms, transferred firearms, exempt. If everything so let's see here. How do I do? This is equal to columns column B 2 through 15, and the same thing for the rest. Equal to B2 through 15. No, I think it's supposed to be like 15, right? That's not right. Okay. Okay. Equal to B2, right? And B2 is 5.4 million. Equal to B2, right? And how do you do the through option? No. Nope. Right? B2 to B15, right? Equal to B2 through B15. Plus C2 through C15 plus D2, right? Yep, D2, D15. So 3 columns times 200. Actually, that's incorrect. I just want to see what the number ends up being, but this is incorrect. This is incorrect. Yeah. So let me see here. If we sum is 133,000. All right. Okay. So we have all the sums that we need now. Actually, let's move this down some. Let's bring these numbers up some. Bolden them a little bit. You know what I mean? I don't like how bright that is. 133 million firearms manufactured between 2010 and 2023. There were 8.5 million exemptions made for firearms in 8.5 between the same time range, and only 2.2 million firearms that were transferred and applied the actual transfer tax, unlike the other 8.5 million. So, if we do this and say equal to what is it, B20, C20? Let me try that. B20 plus C20 plus D20 times 200. That's not right. How did we get 2 billion earlier? Something's not right here. Did we do some bad math? Let me see something. In the year 2018, which is what we used earlier. Let's do this. What year is 2018? Or what line is 2018, I should say. This one. So let's say equal to what was that, B10? No, okay, I see why we got some of the math wrong, because the exemptions are supposed to be at $5, but equal to B10 plus the firearm transfers. We'll say D plus D10 times and now let me try to do times 200. So what is this number exactly? 100. No, I can't even tell. There's 3 zeros, 6, 1.8 billion. 1.8 billion. So this is the correct number. So why is it not? Let me see here. Can I put a dollar sign in front of this? Use a dollar sign. Okay, maybe I can't do dollar sign. Can I add a new function? Okay, I don't know what the fuck I did then. Alright. Can I get this converted to a table, maybe? No. I have an idea. Now that we have all the data on screen, right? We have all the data on screen. Why don't we move some columns over? We're going to cut out these. There's extra words in here. And then delete this real quick. Copy this. Paste that here. Copy this. We're going to paste it over top of this. We're going to take this same shit and then paste it over top of this. Alright, because we're going to calculate both of these together. And we'll do it by years. Okay. $200 tax applicable. $5 tax applicable. All right. Now, we'll take this and we'll paste it here. All right. And then we'll remove this from over here. Actually, no, we'll keep it there. Just temporarily, right? Then we'll keep this here, all right? And then we'll also copy the years back on down here. Okay. All right, the reason why we're doing that is so that it can all be on this one section of the screen. Okay. So, change color of this again too. Oh, not that. That's not what I meant by that. I only wanted the word exempt to be that color. Actually, speaking of that, I need to figure out what color this was. Fourth one up. Okay, so we've got this organized, that organized, we have the years in place, we have how much was transferred, what wasn't transferred. Why is this one column still not that color? It's really throwing me off. There we go. All right. Let's change this to a color too that we can semi-understand. And we'll change the number here, the color of these numbers here. To the darker red. Okay. We'll also change this to all right. So for each one of these, right, we're going to, this is going to equal B2 plus C2, and then so on and so forth. B3 plus C3, B4 plus C4, right? And then we should be able to take this and do something similar like we did earlier, right? Now I just want to see something. You put a D4 no, wait, plus B4 and C4. Okay, so C5 plus B5. Okay, so the math is mathing. So we'll say B7 plus C7. The math is mathing. All right. Just wanted to make sure it was showing up accurate on the spreadsheet. So now that we have all that, let's change these colors to one that's more suitable for the eyes. Actually, no, let's change this back to black and change the background of this. Okay, that's dark as fuck. Also, don't really like how dark that is. Let's bolden these numbers, right? There we go. That looks a little bit better. Okay, so this needs to be $5 applicable. See, and we don't even know if the firearms that were transferred underneath the exemption were, well, see, these are probably like pistols, shotguns, anything that wasn't considered as a machine gun or a destructible device. So it's like all of these might actually be the $200 tax for real, not the $5 joint. But it's alright. We'll D2 this joint. Same thing there. 108. Cool. Why did these numbers not? have the commas in there. Okay, so now tax revenue missed, right? Would be, let's see here, B22. This is equal to B22 multiplied by 200. How do I get it to add the dollar sign? Conditional formatting. I don't really know what I'm supposed to do about that. I feel like when I put the dollar sign before, it didn't like that. No. How do you get the chart to show? Number, format, counting. There we go. Data, what was it? Format, numbers. Oh, but it had the dollar sign up there. What happened to the dollar sign? Oh, I need accounting. That's what it needs to be, not numbers. I need to have it say accounting. Duh. Number, then accounting. Okay. And then same thing here. Now this is just... shit. Tax revenue missed. And then this. Actually, let's copy and paste this back up here. We'll say generated generate. I didn't realize I had made that type of typo. Generated. Okay. After that, right? We we'll say tax revenue missed. missed by exemptions. Then we'll say tax revenue missed by tax revenue estimated tax revenue missed. Estimated tax revenue missed by exemptions. Okay, okay. And we'll say this is equal to, what is this? C 22 times 200? We'll bring that on down. Now, mind you, oh my goodness. This needs to be a lighter color. Okay, so actually, I think this one is a little harsh on the eyes. Then we'll say this is equal to E2 E2 to E15. How do you equal to E to It's also not right. How did I do this before? Oh, right, because I need to do some. Duh. All right. let's see here, sum of B22 to B35. C22 to C35. And this is equal to, what is this, D? Sum D22, D35. And this is equal to sum E22, E35. So, in case you haven't been here this whole time, in case you don't understand why the fuck I've been going through all this data and summarizing it here, we're going to do a quick recap. Quick recap. Alright? Very quick. Excuse me. We're verifying. We're checking to see what our Senate has been up to lately. Miss Alsobrooks had submitted some documentation for a bill to be introduced to the Senate about a month ago, 12/16, that would, outside of the part where it mentions Medicare investment, the Gun Violence Prevention Act, and the tax that would be generated from it would actually go into the Medicare Part A trust fund. That's what would like to be done. It doesn't matter where the money goes, but it's the fact it doesn't even matter about where the money goes in regards to the Medicare thing about it going into the Medicare trust fund, whether they had that stipulation in there or not. We're talking about how in the IRS tax code for firearm manufacturing and transferring, the current bill or the current law is that it'll only be $200 for each firearm made in the case of a machine gun or destructive device. Same thing for $200 for each firearm transfer in the case of a machine gun or destructive device. Both have the secondary subparagraph that says anything that isn't a machine gun or destructive device is a $0 firearm transfer fee or manufacturer fee or manufacturer tax. Mind you, machine guns are anything, once again, where you pull the trigger and it can continue to shoot multiple cartridges back to back. When you shoot a pistol, that's semi-automatic. Unless it's a full auto pistol, then you lose all your ammo immediately. That's how you know it's full auto. Like, for example, in a video game, is you pull the trigger and it tries to go on in 2 seconds. rifles, military style rifles are automatic machine gun style rifles. Semi-automatic rifles are not considered machine guns unless they can change the full auto or they're converted to full auto, making them a machine gun. So shotguns, rifles, pistols, sawed-off versions, as long as they're semi-auto, they wouldn't be taxed, right? For manufacture or transfer. Meaning that for the past 80 odd years, since some of this was in part of a previous bill in 1954, and this actual bill for the IRS went into effect in 1968. Mind you, that was almost 80 years ago. And then if we're talking about 1954, that was about, quick math, 72 years ago. Sorry about that. I think that's correct math. But anyhow, so we didn't even check the data going past 1986 when the ATF on that sheet, on this report here, was recording information. So they have everything from 1986 on up, pretty much, and we have more information that they released up to 2023. So, data charts aside, because all this is here, but we put everything into a spreadsheet so you can show you exactly how much money was left under the table because of lobbying and people being money hungry, and the firearm industry being able to get away with it because lawmakers hadn't done anything about reversing course on this or changing it so that this stipulation for $200 for each firearm was the only thing in here, which is what Ms. Alsobrooks has presented, which should have been the first place. Anyway, it should have been $200 for each firearm manufactured and $200 for each firearm transferred. And anything that wasn't a firearm would get a zero. It would be according to her bill, it will be taxed $5 for each firearm that is transferred. So it wouldn't be anything for $0 for firearms or $5 for firearms being made that weren't manufactured as firearms, because they're all firearms. So it would only be special case exemptions for that would get the $5 joint, and that might just depend on what type of firearm it is or something like that. Some of it has to do with being like pistol grips, pistol stocks or rifle stocks or barrels or something like that. So it's not exactly a firearm, it's just parts of a firearm that would be held to the $5 tax. But pretty much any firearm that will be manufactured would be $200. So let's look at the data. So between the years, and I only pulled the data for 2010 and 2023 because I had to input a lot of this data by hand because I couldn't get the shit to work because we don't use Excel. Between 2010 and 2023, there was 133 million firearms that were manufactured. Mind you, this number is a third of our current population. Actually, this is a little bit more than a third of our current population because we're about 337 million people, or at least according to the 2020 census. But according to DHS, they want to reduce that to about 200 million people, or somewhere around there. 230 million people, because they want to deport 100 million people. I digress. Firearms that were transferred and that were actually taxed, so they were considered as firearms that were made in the case of a machine gun or a destructive device. Those firearms were actually taxed, and that was 2.2 million firearms. Now, firearms that were transferred by exemption, because they didn't meet the criteria of being a machine gun or a destructive device, was 8.5 million in that same time frame, from 2010 to 2023. Now, what the stipulation is between a firearm being transferred and then a firearm being manufactured and sent to a dealer, I'm not entirely sure, but that's currently the information we have from those ATF reports. So the generated tax between 2010 and 2023 is $576 million, right? Oh man, that seems like a lot of money. It's not that much money. Because if we single out 2023 alone, in 2023, the generated tax revenue was $96 million. Mind you, there were 9.7 million firearms manufactured in 23. The math ain't mathing. The firearm industry didn't have to pay $1.9 million for firearm taxes. Because once again, firearms that are being manufactured have to meet the criteria of being a machine gun or destructive device. Not pistols, not shotguns, not semi-automatic rifles, semi-automatic pistols. No, sir. Those do not get taxed. And if they weren't being transferred somewhere, they didn't have to worry about being taxed anyway because they didn't meet the machine gun or destructive device criteria. So once again, $1.9 billion was left on the table. If each one of these 9.7 million manufactured firearms and each transferred firearm in this same time frame of 2023 would have resulted in the $96 million. Now, wait, what did I do here? I didn't do anything with this data. Wait, did I? Yeah, I did. I did it by exemptions here. Ooh, this is wrong. This information is wrong. These numbers are wrong. I multiplied this by 200 when this should have been multiplied by 5, actually. So what we'll do is we'll delete the data set here. And then we'll carry this on down. Because what's supposed to happen here... that was a big number change. 822, 835. This is equal to, I'm sorry, let me double check this right here. Yeah, so this should have been times 5 because the transfer exemption rate would be $5, not $200. I accidentally had some really outrageous math on the board here. I've been looking at these numbers for too long. Fucking shit up. Alright. So boom boom boom, it's 42 million for exemptions and still $27 billion that is left laying underneath the table. So total missed tax income is equal to D37 we'll do this equal to the sum of D37 and E37. Okay. Can I merge these two cells? So total tax revenue. Okay, now let's come back. So total tax revenue generated between 2010 and 23 was $576.4 million. Now, what should have been a lot of income for the government based off the tax of manufacturing and transferring of firearms over a 13-year period should have been, at minimum, $27 billion. And mind you, I did some poor math here because I rounded a bunch of the numbers, usually down, on how many firearms were manufactured or transferred. So realistically, this number should be even higher than 27 billion. But $27 billion were left underneath the table because of probably firearm lobbying, lots of pro-gun policy, which is fine to be pro-gun, but make it make sense. If there are going to be so many guns that are flooded into the streets or environments and are not going to be properly tracked and all this stuff that should be happening, all these things that have been occurring over the years in countless deaths, you know, in the country and outside the country because of loose firearms. I'm going to say loose firearm regulation because improper tracking. Somehow, how do firearms get lost? Because they're so heavily regulated. You know, I got to call it in within 72 hours if I lose a firearm, or else I'm getting fined and made possible jail time and losing my firearm. So how come we can lose millions or hundreds of thousands of firearms, or they somehow disappeared into another country and were sold off with no repercussions? But $27 billion, mind you, this is $27 billion of manufacturing and transferring firearms that wasn't taxed, or taxed at the rate that it should have been, because we did have some minor taxing going on here, but nah, not taxed at the rate that it should have been. $27 billion is 26 billion in damn near 425 million is 423.6 million more money than the little measly 576,000 that was generated based off of the income. This is fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. But when we add the numbers between what should have been generated and the revenue that would be generated from the exemptions for transferees would be $5 instead of the $200 tax applied to manufacturing, it's still $27.1 billion that's left underneath the table. $27.1 billion. And so when they say, we don't have money for this, or we got to bring the deficit down, you aren't really trying to bring the deficit down that badly. You aren't trying to bring the deficit down that badly. If you want to help your constituents, if you want to support their Medicare, or make sure they have insurance, or they have affordable living wage or universal income, you're leaving a lot of that on the table right here. $27 billion worth, to be exact. But you know what you can do with 27 billions? So fucking much you can't even count it. Also, let's just put things in perspective real quick. Let's see here. Let's look up a couple of different facts. Well, it's definitely not enough money to cancel all student loans. That's for damn sure. Student loans talking about close to $1 trillion. Alright. According to the UN, ending world hunger costs less than 1% of military spending. Ending hunger by 2030 would cost just $93 billion a year. $93 billion a year. I'd like to point something out. In a 13-year time frame, we could have generated $27 billion based off the taxing of manufacturing and transferring of firearms in a 13-year period. Mind you, I have data going all the way back to 1986. Now, obviously the US isn't going to solve world hunger on its own, especially in its current political climate of things. It's not really doing anything to help the rest of the world unless it's Israel. But $93 billion is a fourth of all the money it would take to end the world hunger. To put that into perspective, in 13 years, let's look at some other numbers. Now, this is nowhere near enough to provide universal income or anything like that. But it's damn near, it's a damn near good step closer to it. Some may average that humans might need at least 12,000, you know what I'm saying, depending on if universal income provides other things, of course. But some say it might cost, at minimum $4 trillion. This isn't $4 trillion, of course. But it does get you in the right direction. This might seem like pennies to some, some trillionaires out here, some billionaires out here with their billions and billions, you know what I'm saying? Because I can't even count these type of numbers. But 27 billion, $27.1 billion left underneath the table. And mind you, the firearm industry is keeping the $27.1 billion. And then this is how much money they're saving from not being taxed on regular shit. Mind you, they still have contracts for military use, because this stuff, this data here only includes like things that agencies may buy in the US, police departments, civilians, I believe, XYZ. This doesn't include the military. So, and this doesn't include, I believe, things that are produced, you know, for the military and sent other places or whatever. So, and this isn't the total amount of firearms that were even in the U.S. in the first place. Like, just because there was that many manufactured, there was still some that were imported. You know what I'm saying? Year after year, it was more and more or some shit, pretty much. Yeah. And then people wonder why we have gun violence problems or gun violence issues or issues with firearms, and everyone's always on the opposite end of the spectrum. Don't take away my guns. The government's trying to take away my guns. My guns. Oh my goodness, so much regulation. Well, because loose regulation gets you shit like this, where niggas are saying, oh, you only need to pay a tax if it's $200. I mean, you only need to pay a $200 tax if it's a machine gun or a destructive device. Firearms are all destructive devices. I don't care what you want to say that incendiary grenades or grenade launchers or flamethrowers are considered destructive devices. Firearms are destructive devices. I don't give two shits about that. Machine guns, yes, are full auto weapons, but the rest of the firearms are also still firearms, able to cause destruction, death, and bodily harm. Why are they not getting a $200 tax? It's outrageous. This is how much money we're leaving on the table for one category in a 13-year period. Imagine if I actually did the math from 1986 all the way up. Of course, there are less firearms that were produced in that time frame, but look at the numbers. They're not that far off than what was produced in the years thereafter. Now, after the year 2010, things start doubling or maybe tripling those numbers pretty quickly. But between 1988 and 1995, there were at least over 1 million pistols manufactured. Some year, there was 2 million. Come on now. We're saying pistols. We're not even talking revolvers. They're separating the categories between pistols and revolvers. Rifles, shotguns, and miscellaneous firearms. Miscellaneous firearms is the stuff that I was talking about, the exemption type of stuff. You know, firearm, firearm barrels, hand grips, or whatever, whatever, XYZ, the extra stuff. But like, come on now. Like, look at this. The total firearms manufactured still lined up for years to come. Between 1986 and the year 1999, it was pretty much the same amount of firearms that was produced between 2000 and 2009. 2008 is kind of where it started going up. Actually, no, because there's even in 1994 and 1993, there's 5 million firearms that are produced. So it's not until 2011 when we stopped having the same numbers for the previous 20 years. Alright, I think I've beaten this horse to death. I'll make a video at some point in the next few days, hopefully bringing all this information together in the end. If I've stressed you out at all in the process of this, thank you for bearing with me. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. This is fun. We'll do this again same time next week, and, you know, a breakdown of some more government analysis somewhere else. And yeah, this is fucking outrageous though. Look at this fucking shit. $27 billion, bro. $27 billion, bro. A quarter of what it takes to end world hunger, according to the UN. So a quarter of what it takes to end world hunger. Mind you, we spend let's see here. Mind you, mind you, the House just passed that defense bill that is finally over. Isn't the fuck no? Mind you, the House just passed that defense bill like yesterday or whatever. That is $839 billion. I mean, that funds, Department of Defense, ICE, DHS, which funds ICE, and other agencies and some other stuff. That doesn't even cover the This is scrap meat for that, bro. 839 billion, bro. This ain't even on the 100 billion section, bro. This is scrap meat. The American taxpayer dollars are being wasted. We're spending it consistently for the military, but not collecting the money on the back end that we need to be collecting from the revenue streams that are funneling so much stuff into our economies, into our societies. There's nothing wrong with exercising your 2A rights, but at the same time, special case scenarios or special case products should also not be tax exempt. You know what I mean? You're not tax exempt on your house. You're not tax exempt on your property. You're not tax exempt on your income. You're not tax exempt on a shit ton of other things. Fucking women's hygiene products aren't even tax exempt, I'm sorry. So, come on now, bruh. But we can let $27 billion fall off the table? Suck my... Alright. That was fun. That was real. I also know that most likely Ms. Alsobrooks, even though I did all this math for her, you know what I'm saying? So I know she's not going to be thanking me, of course, you know what I'm saying? No one needs thanks and recognition for doing some random shit that they just randomly started fucking doing. But I kind of have a feeling that this obviously isn't going to pass through the Congress, of course. And it's not, no fault of her own. It's just a matter of the same people who have made sure that the gun industry wasn't paying its fair share of taxes, as those people like to say. Their fair share of taxes, because they're the same people who have been in office for the last 30 plus years. But we've hampered on that over the last couple of days about how niggas are in office for over 30 years and they're like fucking 80. Like, nigga, you don't represent the majority anymore. So, but we're gonna stop hampering on that right now. I think it's about to get dark. The sun is still out, but it's definitely about to get dark soon. So what should we do in the meantime? We should probably rap about some Japanese. Because I don't even think we're making it to video games. Not before we get off. I got a Discord notification earlier, and I thought it was you, and it wasn't you. Okay. Alright. I'm officially done with the shenanigans. I'm done. I'm a hold off on my political breakdown analysis commentary for a little bit. And then we're just gonna chill out. We're gonna chill. Okay. And yeah. what is this? Which, once again, I don't understand how this is even possible in the first place. How are firearm dealers selling someone a firearm without completing a background check? How is that legal, bro? I walk outside the house without my license, bro, I'm getting arrested. Or, you know what I'm saying, they you know what I'm saying, they got questions, they got concerns, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? Take your firearm, holding your shit, blah, blah, blah. I lose my joint. Don't report it. Somebody commits a felony or a crime, or it comes up, you know, it shows that it was missing, and I didn't know, and I didn't report it. I get fined. Possible jail time. Lose my license. Lose my firearms. But how can you do this in no real repercussions, bro? Anywho, like I said, I'm gonna shut this shit down. You know, we're gonna stop. We're gonna stop here. We're gonna stop here. We are gonna stop here. We've said that before, but we're gonna stop here. We're going to move on to a different subject matter. I don't know what subject matter that's gonna be, but it's gonna be something else. And yeah, that was fun. Oh, I accidentally opened this earlier. It's finally over. It's finally over. Excuse me. Alright, I think in the meantime, we'll run like 2 matches of Yu-Gi-Oh! And then we'll log it off for today. Oh no, this ended. That's boring. Let me see if I can use this deck in a regular playthrough. Actually, let me check my other deck. Yeah, this is the deck I need to look at. Because this is my regular giant. Because this is what has Max C and shit in it. My Beast Jewels, Max C. So what we'll do, right, is we'll change decks to, was it this one? It is this deck. Right? Yeah. So what we'll do is we'll add Alright, well, I had both Ash Blossoms and both Max C's because we know we're about to run into niggas who are about to be annoying. So, we're not going to add the Beast Jewels, and we're going to see how this goes without the Beast Jewels. The fact that first hand we got an Ash Blossom is crazy. No, you idiot! I didn't mean to do that. I forget Ash Blossom shows up for your own cards too. And you can negate your own effects. I was thinking the effect of the card I actually put on the field activated. So I was trying to get a card out of my deck, but I didn't realize I was moving too fast. What a starting hand. Well, this isn't helpful at all. I'm gonna save that trap card right now. Now I'll activate my face down trap card. Mirror Force! Destroy his monsters! Oh, you played a second True Light? I was just thinking to myself, I wouldn't put a second True Light in my deck because I don't know if it's useful. Was he able to use it the second time around? No, right? Yeah, no. Wait, yeah, I can use this, right? Yes. Finally, I was just thinking, I was also thinking at the beginning of the duel, I was like, man, I don't even know if I've ever been able to use this card. They haven't been able to use it one other time. He shouldn't have been able to get that because it said I could destroy that card. I mean, Yu-Gi-Oh's so weird sometimes, bro. They'd be like, oh, it has to be super specific. It has to say it's going to negate the effect before the activation or right when the monster summons before they activate their effect. Or some other shit. Let me actually get a monster, though. I can't do shit with this. It's over. I'm about to quit. Get one fusion monster as third. In special summon one of the fusion materials whose name is mentioned on the monster. It cannot attack and its effects are negated. It cannot attack and its effects are negated. So it'd be good for a fusion. He's gonna bring out the Magi joint. He's gonna bring out this card. Time-tearing Morganite. Oh, this is just a regular spell. No, but it's for the rest of the duel. I think I'm mad at that card. Time-tearing Morganite. I like that card. It reminds me of a different card that had bigger negative drawbacks. Time-tearing Morganite. This is what I meant before about how there should be a option to favor the card in the duel, so you don't have to try to remember what the card is called or have to go back and look at their deck at all. I cannot generate this card. Okay, so this is what we'll do. Add it to our list. We'll find some ultra rares. That we'll dismantle, of course. Dismantle 2 of these, of course. We don't need a third Jet Dragon. What is this? Let me get rid of the third Jet Dragon. Actually, I don't even need to get rid of it, but I'm gonna get rid of it anyway. What was that card that we were getting? The Morganite card. Spell card. I fuck with this card. not the Morganite card, but add that to my deck. The Piercing the Darkness. If you normal or special summon a non-token normal monster, you can draw one card. Now, mind you, I only have 3 I only have 3 normal monsters, actually. Unless you count Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon as a normal monster, which I don't think they do, I'm sorry. So yeah. I should add some more normal monsters, but our deck is already fucking full of shit. If this card is special summon, you can send all face down cards your opponent controls to the graveyard. If this card you control is just well, it has material. I don't know what this is about, but this shit looks clean. It looks clean, my nigga. Looks clean. Also, I generated a card. Why didn't I give me a like a pack or something? Are there no related cards to this or something? Maybe because I generated the card in there and not at the deck screen, maybe? I think this is the one. Wait, is this the one? This isn't the one. Is this? Is this the deck that I was just looking at? Where's that card? Where's the Time Tearing Morganite? That's not in here. Let me double check. No, wait. I think it's this one. Here it is. It has related cards. Why did not let me see that before? Because this is, I think, these are the cards I saw. It's either these are the cards I saw before, or this, like, trap cards the same as these. You can normal summon level 5 or higher monster without tripping. You gotta pay life points to activate spell trap cards. For the rest of the duel, apply the following effects. You can activate monster effects in your hand. Monsters you control can make up to 2 attacks on monsters during each phase. If your monster battles an opponent's monster, any battle damage inflicted to your opponent is doubled. Honestly, both cards are good. Oh, word? It's actually good to get both of these cards. Well, let me not do that. I just wanted to add them to my favorites. One's an ultra rare and a super rare. Yeah, it's gonna be tough. Trying to get them cards when I dismantle something. Every time I generate cards, I have to end up dismantling something. Or dismantling a couple cards. I'm running out of cards to dismantle. Alright, this is gonna be my last matchup. There we go. Water Dogs. I'll be on maybe Zombies later if you down to play, since I won't be going to the gym tonight. Or Smite with Ares, one or the other. It's cool to me, I guess. Hey, I know what card this is. Now, does it stop? Can I activate the special effect of special summon dragon monsters or spellcasters? Okay. This is what we'll do first. Cancel that. Very good. Because I'm not really going to be able to do anything else from here. Yes, you may see my blue eyes. I will also set this card. I will activate my special effect, which will allow me to destroy one of your monster cards. Now let me verify if your monsters have special effects when they are in the graveyard. They do not have special effects. Goodbye, motherfucker! And I'll end my turn after placing some cards. Guess I have no more room for any other cards now. However, we will make it work. Wait. Wait a second. What? What is it? During the end phase, a fusion monster was sent to the graveyard in his hand. You can add it in your graveyard. You can add this card from your graveyard. Wow! What a card! What you doing there? Whoa, 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 whoa. I don't think so. What does that do? Hold on. You didn't activate his turn to battle phase. Doesn't mean anything to me. Unless you can place a card. You can special summon this from your hand. That's what I saw. It still destroyed the cards? What is the point of Mystical Typhoon then? This is what I don't understand. So when you chain an effect on a card, right? Each effect occurs after the first effect. Now, if I'm chain 2 of the effects, I'm destroying his card before his effect kicks in. His effect shouldn't work. I don't understand why it's not negated. Mystical Typhoon is not a useful card then unless you're just trying to destroy a card that's on the field like a continuous card like this shit or some fucking shit. That is fucking booty cheeks, bro. Why is that even a thing? That's how we talking about. Excuse me. Yu-Gi-Oh! Be having some weird rules. Some weird stipulations happening. I had cards, man. I wouldn't have put all those cards down had I thought that could happen. Son of a bitch. Alright, come on now. Start summoning your other monsters. He's gonna XYZ summon, I'm assuming. Maybe fusion summon? Maybe. In phase. Excuse me? How about we just say no What about that? No? Ash Blossom? None of that's working for you? Okay. Let's use my special effect again. And we'll destroy this card. After that, I will end my turn. Let me activate my special effect. Oh, word? Ending your turn there, sir? Now it's time for me to attack you. Okay. Nah, we good. We good, gang. Oh man, I couldn't use my my effect, even though I didn't attack. That's actually kind of crazy. I didn't attack, but I went to the battle phase and wouldn't let me use the effect. If I use the effect, I can still go into the battle phase, but I can't attack. That's so fucking stupid, bro. He's about to punch me to the face. Not the face! Not the face! Each player draws until they have 6 cards in their hand. Is there something that's gonna happen? Am I gonna get KO'd because of this? Come on, attack my card already. What's the hold up? So I can summon Jet Dragon. Bitch ass motherfucker. He just ended his... What is he, watching a stream? It's time. It's time to lock the fuck in. Oh, word? Oh, word? Oh, word? Good thing it's my turn right now. Good thing, right? Time to get in my bag. Show this brother how it's done. Oh, word? Okay. Go ahead, send it to the graveyard. I got more. I got more than where that came from. Dude, did you even read the card effect? Oh, you just gave me an easy blue eyes. Well, easy little monster, you know what I'm saying? Wait, Kyber Man is a warrior. Damn it, I shouldn't have got that one out. What you got? Should I get Ultimate Fusion? No, here we go. I have the right call. What you got for this? Come on now. Oh, word? It's like it doesn't stop my effect from happening, though. Sheesh, the disrespect, brother, man. Brother, man, that was real disrespectful, don't you think? Don't you think you could be so as kind as to return my card? Let me send my blue eyes back to the deck first before this other effect tries to kick in. Should I get that? No, actually, no. Let me get Tyrant Dragon. Oh, it didn't activate the effect. Oh, I was gonna activate. It didn't. Same face. Of course, I'll activate my special effect. I'll send this back to your hand for you. Make sure you hold on to that real quick, you know? To the face, motherfucker! I told you. I told you. I had to show Buddy how I was done. You know what I'm saying? It took like a little minute, but you know, we got everything we needed. He tried to make some counter plays. They didn't work. Because he is not him. He is not us. He is now we. And he is not here. You hear me? But with that being said, like all good things, this stream is coming to an end. Now, unfortunately, I hate to leave you. And I hate to see you go. But both of us know that this show ain't gonna go on. So, Anthony, Josh, I might see y'all tomorrow. Tomorrow night, I mean. Maybe Sunday. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? Might be enjoying too much of the snow outside, of course. If it is any snow, for real. Kielskite, Anthony, Josh, I'll see you in the next one. Until the next one, this is the next one. Oyasumi, GG's in the motherfucking chat. And don't forget, it could have been 27 billion. Easy cash.